Hello, 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 hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Friday's stream. I don't really know. Someday. Oh, Friday. Okay, it's Friday. Oh, what a day. What a day. It's some point in time, I don't know, early. Sun's still up, and it's already been one heck of a day. Drama in the Shadow Empire is what we got to deal with. Real drama. This is not dramatization. This is straight from the horse's mouth. The poor soul who has to deal with it, that being me. Just kidding. It's amazing. So, we got authorization yesterday to open a new patch. Right? Not a new club, but a new patch of the Hells Angels. Big deal. Daughters of Satan are live, coming at you. Hail Satan! You know what I'm saying? Beelzebub in all his glory. The Master Lucifer. That's really exciting. Um, we're ready to. We've developed our own attitudes, our own approach, um, our own lifestyles, right? That are fully fleshed out, and that's a really exciting thing. It's a lot of hard work, and it's not just hard work on my part, for sure. You know, digital mercenaries. It's a digital culture, digital community that is moving towards real world connections because that is the point. You know, we don't ride motorcycles; we ride mountain bikes. We live clean. You know, clean food, coffee. Yeah, we have a drinky poo here and there, but that's about it. You know, I work out a lot. I eat very clean. Um, I'm always watching calories, sugar, salt intake. Right now, I'm actually woozy because I'm on a starving moon diet. Um, Trying to turn more of what the Shadow Empire was before kind of what goes on today. So we used to get fat in the winter instead of skinny because winter came. So you know all the vegetation died. Animals were harder to trap, so you had to rely on things like pemmican, which is a nutritious energy bar and things like that. So I am down to two pieces of bread, peanut butter, half a can of beans, and a third of a banana every day. I can do that for 20 days. Oh, and a third of a can of tuna, or half a can of tuna, or a third of a can of salmon every day. So, yeah, my body kind of is in a bit of a revolt right now, but like, you can survive up to 7 days without food. You know, there's no reason that I can't do this. And yeah, my emotions will probably slow down, and I'll have to go slower. But that's kind of part of it, right? You know, said you're moving at max pace all the time. Yeah, that's great if you have the food, but if you want to return, you know, pagan culture to the world, you have to kind of go back to what worked, what it was, and then build from there. So I'm willing to do that. Someone that helped me with it was Sailor B. We'll talk about her a little later. And yeah, so I had two pieces of bread today with a little bit of jam and some peanut butter. And I had a full thing of jam. But the thing is, I went through it in like a week. That was the thing. By having it, I just blasted myself with sugar. So I also, a couple weeks ago, was eating a lot of pizza, you know, and it was kind of probably what it really is a changeover in the seasons, right? So you kind of celebrate during the last time you can get food easily, and then the winter comes and you can't do it anymore. So it really is sort of demonstration of what it was. There's a reason that Thanksgiving and Halloween take place when they do, right? Because it was the last big meal of the year, I would imagine, in sort of like pre-modern times and pre-Thanksgiving times. It would have been even more of that. So I'm just kind of I'm following along with what my ancestors did. You know, running water, going down to the river. You know, there are ways to achieve these ancient rites in the modern world. You gotta think around. You know, you gotta think around your problems, and it's worth it. A sense of peace, you know, and just a simple life that's so focused on love and peace and kindness and not making emotional decisions in the face of emotional decisions. It's a tough one. So Vince McMahon, very inspiring to me. Vince McMahon was a master of many things, and one of the things Vince McMahon was a master of was taking real life drama and putting it on television for all the world to see. And that takes a very tough uh, leader, leaders, and those that can handle it are leaders. So there's no need to, for hyperbole or melodrama when you're expressing what's really going on. So how this works is that I have been courting Ash Monster FTW, and yeah, it's through magic and real world. Once again, you have to modify real world processes of romance and love to fit, digital reality. So that's what's been happening. And she kind of told me to go hang out with her friends, Taylor B. So I went in there last night. Great time. Hung out with her and her friends, and met another mountain biker. Met some military guys. It was Veterans Day today, and it was Veterans Day Eve last night. So we were talking about the military. It was really nice to talk to some other vets. Right? It really was. They were really cool guys, and I got to tell some of my stories that I've never really been able to tell. Just some of the things I went through in my training. Wet feet, minus 15 degrees Celsius, getting jumped in. Just some of the struggles and challenges. I also got an email from the the military today for my official training. So it's really nice to see that too on Veterans Day of all days to get that email. That's a celebration. And one of the difficult things I find with the Shadow Empire a lot of the time is that when you have a great day, there's people that just panic and freak out, and they make emotional decisions, and it's happened over and over and over again. So today that happened too, so last night everything's fine in Sailor B's chat, having a great time. She's talking to me, I'm talking to her friends. We're sitting around it's just love, baby. And then this morning I wake up and I go to Ash's chat now, or Ash's stream. Now, last couple of times I was hanging out with her, there's some weirdness there. Like I couldn't really figure it out, but whatever. You support people. That's what you do. So I was supporting her, and then it would kind of go back and I was like, okay, cool. And things would, it's fun. Things are being said. You know, you can feel it. That energy there, as well as actually what's happening. So I want to make clear. Magic is practical in that it's based in boots on the ground. So it's not what the TV tells you. You want to think about magic. If you think about magical realism as a genre, look at Studio Ghibli. There you go. There's My Neighbor Totoro, amazing. So I went in today and same kind of weirdness, but like Ashley was literally in tears, almost in tears. And other people in the chat were seeing it too, and everyone's like, "You're okay, you're okay, you're okay." And I was like, "What the hell's going on here?" And then I said some things, and then she seemed to kind of balance, right? It's like, okay, and hey, I've been in similar positions where I've been like almost in tears, and people have supported me. So this isn't. I want you to think for a second, it's like a man-woman thing. We're all soldiers. We're all equals. You know, we all have we have different bodies, but that's about the only difference. So yeah, she she kind of recovers, and then I could tell, but she's just like so stressed, right, and just like looks so sad, and it's kind of this thing in the West where like people come together when they're sad all the time instead of when they're happy. So I kind of got pulled into it, and I had to because I had to say something because she was in distress. So I said like, listen, I said this in chat. I said, listen, Ashley, like, I'd really like you to message me. I'm not gonna message you first because I don't find it respectful. I love you, and I'm gonna get out of here. And I've said I've loved her a bunch of times. And the thing is, like, when I said it in stream here yesterday, no harm, no foul, right? Nothing changed, right? Could have happened late last night. I don't think so, though. Maybe, I'm not sure. Anyways, that's called foreshadowing. So I get over chat, and then I open Discord. I'm kicked out of both her, Ashley, and Sailor B's Discords. Whereas the day before, in Sailor B's especially, I'm chatting with all her friends, we're having a grand old time. Ashley wasn't really talking to many people, but once again, Ashley started kind of getting like distraught a week ago. So, and I'm like, what the fuck? So I start looking around and I'm like, what's going on here? Keeping in mind that like I've got like listen, Amaranth when I was dating Amaranth, her mod just booted me out because he's a fucking asshole. And same with Wolfabelle. Her mod just booted me out because he's a fucking asshole. You know, and I could see there's a big difference with Ashley and Sailor Bean that we were, you know, we were friends. Like there was real conversations, real sharing, real connection, real caring happening. With Amaranth and Wolfabelle, it never got to that point. So that's a big difference here. You know. So then, uh, so I start looking around, and all of a sudden I'm banned, or sorry, I was blocked on Sailor B's Instagram, on her Twitter. And funnily enough, as soon as I posted something about, so I posted on Instagram or Twitter, I pulled it off because I don't want people to be able to pick the carcass. You know, people see the message and then I delete it. You know, it's sort of a digital version of kind of like telling one person something. You know, because you don't want it to get too far. So if I do that, if I put something on Twitter, Instagram, and then delete it, that's what I'm doing. You know, we have to think of new ways to make this more real. So the messages, so I deleted them. Lo and behold, like 20 seconds later, who comes on to Twitch but Sailor B? And then I was in my. I'm not going to talk about her because it's kind of secondary. But another friend of mine is like, just wait, don't go on her stream yet. So I waited like 10 minutes or whatever. Whenever my instincts kind of told me it's okay, I go into her stream. I'm blocked on there. What? Keep in mind, like nothing happened. Like this is the ridiculous thing. I was friends. Like the night before was awesome. So then I'm like, what the fuck? So I go check Instagram, blocked on there. She doesn't follow me. I follow her. Uh, Twitter, same thing, blocked, block. What the fuck? Seriously, like what the fuck is that? Like grow up. Uh, so frankly, I have a right to speak to be. I really do. Like I like to ice someone out like that. That hurts. You know, I was my feelings were really hurt. You know, they really were. That's it's so rude. It's just so to stab someone in the back like that. One night everything's fine. Like this is prototype of like immature, gross behavior that just like can fuck up relationships for the rest of life. And this is a thing that B doesn't really understand. And I don't think Ashley does either. It's too late now. They pledged, right? Blood in, blood out. Like that's happened. So they're part of the daughters of Satan, whether they like it or not. And once daughter of Satan, always daughter of Satan. You're never out. So like, sorry, ladies. From here on in, like you're in. The box, the door is closed, motherfuckers. So if you want to act like that, that's fine. But we're gonna care about you and support you. You know. So this heroic tragedy that I think B is setting up. Mm-mm. Sorry. So I ended up going on TikTok on Sailor B's TikTok and just censor messages like, what the hell? Like, what are you doing? Like emotional reaction much? You know? I just said like my feelings are very hurt. I'm very hurt. And I didn't add her, and I didn't do anything else. Like I'm not like that's the thing. When I really believe in that when things happen, you need to stop and not nothing changes. You just go about your habits as best you can, and then you recover. Had I said something or done something that I'm gonna feel terrible, and I'm gonna have to deal with that. I refuse to put a burden on myself and to put myself in a position where I feel I'm gonna compromise my integrity or my honor or my values. Not happening. They have theirs though, big time. Now they got to live with that. And quite frankly, anyways, Ash, same thing. Basically the same thing. The only difference is I rejoined your Discord, said what I wanted, and then left the server again. That's about the only difference between those two stories. I'm not sure if I'm kicked out of her Twitch or not. We'll find out when she's on next. And I refuse to unfollow them too. Fuck you. Because I'm a fucking champ. And the best way to get over it is, unlike them, is not to pretend something didn't happen. I'll stare them in the face and heal myself while they ignore reality and their magic. Disconnect from reality and pretend nothing's happened. And of course, it's on the day that we founded Daughters of Satan, because that's how that works all the time. Not that I'm saying the day's marred whatsoever. It's not that. Um, yeah, so that's the whole sort of story arc of this. And the difficult thing I think for a lot of people is, and you know what the funny thing about this? I'm not gonna talk too much about this, but then all of a sudden more people are coming to the woodwork and telling me, uh, things about their lives, you know, and that's how it works. When these crises come and people stand up and they keep their shit locked, they keep their head wired, they don't fuck around, and they go back to caring and supporting those in their community. That's noticed, right? And that's how leaders operate. So if you want to be a leader, that's what it takes. The worst things in the world happen to you, and you just soldier on. And by soldier on, I mean you stay kind, you stay caring, you stay loving, you stay supportive. That's what you do. You don't need to drink a warm glass of milk. You work out, you do some push-ups. And this might sound like old school. It's not. There's like actual like scientific reasons why it works. We won't get into both science. Well, you know, magic of science and magic. Well, science is magic. So when we say science, we mean magic, and like the facts about science come out of the early days of magic, and then it becomes fact, and then consistent. Anyways, same thing with social dynamics, the field of science I invented. Anyways, fuck. Um, yeah, so that's sort of the story arc here. That's the Shadow Empire's drama for the day. And now on to Stalker. Very fun game that I've really been enjoying. We're playing on the hardest difficulty level. Oh, by the way, I'm Rivercrow underscore 88. I am a. I'm going to do my PhD in psychology. I was asked to by various organizations. I invented a science called social dynamics, which is a branch of psychology that challenges a lot of the current models used in psychology. It basically says that sort of the first big era of psychology as a science is over, and they got a lot wrong. And I'm planning on fixing a lot of that. I'm also a Canadian Armed Forces candidate for the Navy for Naval Warfare Officer. I almost forgot. Um, and I got an email today to go down and sign some documents. I'm really excited about that. I'm also a artist. Um, I'm part of the Canadian Council for the Arts. Um, I make tea, and I grew up in a Métis community that was isolated. It was also a hidden enclave of the Hells Angels. So I grew up in Hells Angels culture. I grew up in pagan culture. I grew up in hunter culture. However you want to say it. If you want to call it Hells Angels because you think that's cool, we'll call it that. If you want to call it pagan culture, call it that. If you want to call it Métis culture, if you want to call it indigenous culture, if you want to call it blue collar culture, if you want to call it trades culture, forest culture, whatever. They're all kind of the same thing. There's a lot of ways to look at different things. So don't think that you have to use one word. In fact, if you're only using one word, you're probably missing the point. Okay, that's a little bit about me. Let's get to this game. So we just got a bunch of shotgun shells because it's super hard, and there's a super accurate uh, assault rifle that I'm gonna go get now. So I got to go to the Underdark. There's a tentacle sex cult down there. I'm not sure the monsters are banging the soldiers. The soldiers are banging the. I just got a email about from University of Waterloo about this is I'm not saying this would happen, but if you want to send me like emails and stuff or whatever during stream, it's hilarious because I can just talk about what's going on. So they just sent me a email. Um, I was looking up financial assistance for my masters, and yeah, they're just telling me I can look at where I can look at courses and do a little more research. So slow goes it. Um, you make big plans and then you wait patiently to fill in the details, which is part of what like I'm. It's very difficult for me because I very much want to go into the Navy go to BMQ. That's basic military qualification in I think it's in Halifax. I want to do it like tomorrow. You know, like I'm ready. I'm physically fit. I'm mentally ready. I've learned how to cry and work at the same time, which is, believe it or not, one of the best military skills you can have. So I'm ready, but I need to do one course in civilian life before I can go into officers, go in as a warfare officer. And the other thing I could do is I could go in as a trade, and I'm just gonna reload. Just for the record, if I get the red radiation, I'm just reloading because it drives me. It's like kind of one part of the game I'm not super stoked on. So I could go in the trade and do BMQ, but I've been vaguely told, you know, you're gonna have to redo some stuff you might not want to redo if you go that way. So it's either like wait a few months before I go in, but then go in as an officer and only have to do things once, or go in as a trade and then add to my workload by having to do that other course as well. So it's a question of, you know, either go in and repeat stuff, kind of like be miserable down the road, or be a little suffer a little more now, but probably a little lesser way, and then go in later. So everyone around me is telling me to go in later. And it really, a part of it is too, like, I would much rather, like, if I go in the first time and I'm in a trade, I'm gonna hang out with trades boys, right? Trades boys and girls, awesome, wicked, super fun, but like, you know, in the adult world, like, you got to make sacrifices. So like, yeah, it'd be great and everything, but then I'm gonna go back through, and when I go through that first time, those officers, they're not really gonna, like, we're not gonna connect very deeply because I'm not in going the officer route. So I'd kind of be hamstringing myself that way too, I think. So yeah, these are very much adult decisions, you know, and a lot of what being an adult is waiting patiently. That's that. And Kat agrees with me. Oh, this thing's doing that thing again. Sorry, people. Hopefully I didn't. Twitch Studio is not always kind to me. I want to learn Streamlabs, but today, we founded, you know, Daughters of Satan, so that kind of happened. And the thing, well, I shouldn't say that. It didn't have anything to do with Sailor B. I take that back. It didn't have anything to do with Sailor B or Ashley. The reason I'm not using Streamlabs, it had to do with the founding, and it was a lot of psychic energy to use. So I didn't really have the disposition, energy, or attitude, or team support to learn Streamlabs today. So instead, we're using Twitch Studio today. And then tomorrow morning, depending, you know, on what happens, hopefully I can spend a couple hours with Streamlabs. So for now, the feed for the game might freeze as well. The camera might go off, but I'm gonna make sure my eyes are on it. The problem is I'm looking at myself the whole time. But we're used to that. What a day, man. It's tough. You know, you love people deeply long before you're a couple, or that it's overt, you know. So yeah, I do love Ashley and B, and that's never gonna stop. I made a pledge, you know. Pledge my loyalty. I made a conscious decision to stay, regardless. So that's real. You just gotta kind of let that part go. Not forget your pledge, or you have to kill yourself. And by that I mean, you know, it's not like a big dramatic jump off a roof thing. It's like you just kind of are like, you betrayed your ethics, and all of a sudden you find yourself drinking a lot, and doing drugs, and then one day you just go to sleep. It's seppuku is a very real thing. Did they gut themselves with their own swords? Maybe, maybe at the higher end, but for me, for us, I'm not sure. It's more of the slow descent, you know. Did it once, got out, no thanks. Okay, so I have to get. See, this is the problem. This game punishes you for going backwards because it respawns. So I need to get. I need to get here, here. When I'm here, I need to get through here, but there are guys all over here. I might run. See. I soaked this hat today. Was feeling kind of like it was sweaty and gross. You know how hats get. If you don't know how hats can like get gross and you should wash them every now and then, you know, get it together. So I was feeling a bit like ooky, and now it feels better because I just soaked it in water. I should actually soak it in soap water and then rinse it out. Get around to that. Woke up kind of grumpy today, which well, not grumpy, but just like kind of out of sorts, which guarantee you has to do is related to what happened uh, with B and Ashley. Like that is connected for sure. All I'm gonna say about that though anymore is kind of wussy. We're planning a 4-hour stream today. I'm gonna go to 4 hours from the start. We don't talk about time here, not so much. You know, if we have to for plans or make sure everyone understands what's going on, sure. But I'm not. I'm not talking about the clock. Not a chance. I worked my entire life to be a contract worker, in one way to put it, to then start talking about the clock. I really am doing my best to get over looking at my self view because I don't want to turn off the self view now that I've had a couple technical issues with it. I really need to focus on looking at the camera as opposed to myself. And when you see kind of early streamers, um, I think you see a lot of that. And a lot of streamers, not that they necessarily look at the camera, but they don't kind of stare at themselves, you know? So I gotta get over that toot sweet because I'm a pro, so act like it, you know? Plus, it's just, you know, this, in terms of like building a community, and, you know, connecting through, you know, the astral plane with Twitch as centerpiece to that, you know, the modern astral plane that is, you know, far more advanced than what it used to be with the stars and fire. I mean, it's the same thing, but it's advanced because we can, you know, we don't have to. It is interesting talking about that because I really do wonder if, you know, you know, pre Twitch, so pre internet, when it was like letters and phone calls and things like that, and then before that, when it was um, telegrams. Well, I guess telegrams are letters, and then before that, when it was simply, you know, lights in the distance maybe, or looking at the stars together, that sort of thing. I bet our ability to sort of see each other in our minds was a lot stronger because we needed it, right? Now we don't. So that thank you, cat. That lessening of seeing each other is probably a good thing. And I know at the start of my journey, it was like that and it did not work very well. All right, so I did 3 clips. I'm all clipped out because they're all fantastic points. So handsome. Am I more handsome or smart? Or is handsome actually smart? Smart actually handsome. Okay, so I'm gonna go get shot by that sex cult. I really want to enjoy playing the game today. So I might not talk quite as much. Who knows though? I always got something to say. I talk so much, I forget half of it. I think the difference between me and a lot of others, though, well, I know the difference between me and a lot of others is that I mean everything I say. So even though I'm talking a lot, well, more. Even though I'm talking a lot, it has value, depth. A rare thing. It's a rare thing that I saw some other very good streamers able to do. I'm happy to have that ability and be able to sharpen it. Make it something that can give joy to others. I didn't save them all. You know what happens in this game? If you go back, it resets. This game's mean. This game's got some cool settings. So I went back to the earlier area to get shotgun shells, and now I come back, and all of a sudden the quest I had completed is no longer completed. Okay, that's crazy, man. I'm gonna reload just now that I know that. So, Moni was saying how I'd fallen in love with S.T.A.L.K.E.R, something along those lines. I can't quite remember, but it's got a lot of hard lines in it. A lot of hard lines. See, he's behind, but then he runs into it. So I don't think it's that the job reset. It's that the enemy respawned, and then he just kind of runs into them. Either way, it's very chaotic, and you never quite know what's going to happen in this game. Incredible programming. The game was made outside of North America, Ukraine, as far as I know. We'll just run into. You know what he is? He sees all these guys fighting. He's a tough guy, so he wants to rock and roll. Well, we'll get it together. There he is. Oh, see, he literally just. Oh, dude. Bro, what are you doing? Go back.
Thank you, friend. You saved my life.
Yeah.
That was too close. The grunts always carry their missions through. We have got to get out of here before the task force arrives. Come on. I'll show you the way.
Yeah. That's funny that they it's kind of those situations where you're like, is it a bug or is it a feature? Because he runs back into the firefight. But I call it a feature because it kind of, like I said, it punishes me for going back to an earlier area, but I also still have an opportunity to make it work.
Wait for the raid to finish.
Now the real question is, in the basement down here, is an early firefight that was almost impossible going to happen again? This is the real question. Oh, I want to barf. Maybe my banana glass will save me. Oh no. Okay, these guys are still dead. Oh, thank God. Got played out. Just new bad guys moving into the area. He's just taking a snoozer. Oh, you know how hard this game is? Like one guy is like difficult. I was gonna do this. I was doing it yesterday, but I don't actually feel like that, so I'm not gonna do it. Fuck me, man. This sucks. Ugh. These guys in black trench coats they're stronger than the other soldiers that were down here, the mercs or whatever the hell they are. Just gotta deal with it. That sun kind of sucks, eh? Well, deal with that down the road. I can just like do the old scooper boo here. Too bad, because I said it and it's true. So you have to deal with that. Right. That's how the WWF was built. Very tough, strong people putting their lives on camera. How Howard Stern built it, that's how they all build it. And frankly, it's nice for me to be able to talk to someone that cares. Now, if you don't like it, too bad. Yeah. That's all I got to say about that. There is a open event, but just like there's an opening that leads to a really accurate assault rifle, and I sort of super need it. You know, it's funny. Brandon Herrera. There's one video where he's talking about assault rifles, and he says how like technically they're not assault rifles, even though the whole world calls them assault rifles. They're not assault rifles. He says something along the lines of like assault rifle isn't like a real thing. And then like I was watching that video, I was like, okay, fair. Like he would know. He like owns a company that makes gun, U.S. military. And then like the next video or a couple videos later, he's calling them assault rifles, and that's hilarious. You know, like if everyone's calling it that, in terms of nomenclature, in terms of like everyone kind of being able to identify, like you got to kind of roll with those punches. You know, even like when I was just calling an assault rifle, my head's like they're not called assault rifles, and I was like, yeah, I know, but it's it's easy to say. And everyone knows what the hell according to, paragraph 3 of subsection 5, it is not typically defined as an assault rifle as opposed to an automatic weapon or something like that, Who cares? Well, I mean, it's funny because, like, Herrera, like, you see him hanging out with Garen Thumb, and, like, it's clear that, like, Herrera's a bit of a dork, right? Like, he really is, We're all nerds, but we're not all dorks. And he's definitely a little bit of a dork, and, like, there's this... I kind of felt bad, because Brandon, he's making an AK-50, so a 50 caliber, assault rifle in like the AK family, and he brings it on Garen Thumb's channel, and like Garen Thumb just like rips him apart to the point that Brand's just like, shut the fuck up, And I think Garen Thumb's being a bit of a dick, but it is kind of funny at the same time. But you can just kind of tell that Herrera's that kind of guy, a bit of a dork, but I love him. He's awesome, man. Super solid guy. That looks... is that poop? Glowing poop, my favorite. It'll be... I washed his hat. I just sort of had enough time today to have a coffee and put on clean clothes, and like I feel like mentally a lot better streaming than I did when my hat was kind of gross and I didn't quite have the coffee situation figured out. So in terms of like my spiritual health, just kind of a little bit more self-care definitely makes a big difference. The stream last night was tough. That was a tough stream for a lot of reasons. It was kind of, you get these moments in life where there's 1,000 points of light dimming at the same time. And that was last night. Thanks, Dougie. And that was last night's stream for sure. Funnily enough, I was also told to only stream for 2 hours last night for that reason, so that's kind of neat. Yeah, I feel a lot better today. Energized, I slept well. And, once again, I'm running on barely any food and I feel like fine. It comes in waves. Like all of a sudden you're like, oh, weak. But then as soon as you kind of start doing something, and focusing on it that you like, you kind of forget. So, a lot of times eating is just from like boredom or like wanting some excitement in your life. So if you got things going on, you don't really do it. That being said, I am looking forward to getting Popeye's chicken at the end of the month. I have only had it once, and it was a very long time ago. Just, I'm going to buy just a big bucket of it. Like too much chicken. Like, you're kind of ashamed, but you keep on eating it. And you're full, but you just don't even care, And you just keep on eating it. It's just good. And you're kind of like, there's a line from a movie where it's like, I think it's Simpsons. Like, after we finish these beers, and those beers, we only have those beers left. And that's very real. Hunter culture is a drinking culture. So I grew up in a drinking culture, and I don't really drink now at all. But when I was younger, we did, and it was definitely that. Like, you have like 24 beers, and you're like, I don't know if this is gonna be enough. Hilarious. So dumb, but just good memories. Actually, just that feeling. I could talk about like the, why that's actually bad, in terms of like resource sorting and shit, but like, that's why I'm getting a PhD. I can talk about that crap with people that'll listen. People may find social dynamics interesting, but no one wants to talk about that all the time. Girls don't like it, so don't do it, Tyler. That's my real name. It's on my thing, on my about in Twitch. So, what are you gonna do? I am forgotten the twists and turns that led me to that accurate assault rifle. Earlier, the enemies were kind of pushing me that way, and now they're like, we showed it to you once, so you can F off. Down here, though. Gotta find it. Burblin. The burbles. Is this where I went? Oh, I got in here? I cannot remember. Am I sad? Yeah. So what? Do your job. My job is to be friendly, kind, supporting, loving, caring, vigilant, and absolutely dedicated to women in all ways, shapes, and forms. So that's what I'm doing. Not even what I'm doing, it's just what I am. Big difference. What? Look at the keyboard, he snuck out. Coincidence? There are no coincidences. Coincidences do not exist. Coincidences are for people too scared to recognize that magic is real. Oh. Here's what I'm looking for. Information about S.T.A.L.K.E.R. Find the stash. Find information about S.T.A.L.K.E.R in the stash. Find the way out of the underground. Just keep on shooting stuff. Other stuff happens. Kind of what I read. This the weapon. Like the same one, a little confused. Fireball, minus 20 radiation, endurance minus 18. No, not. Like a secret little area, but it is. Hey, look, I have sad news. Fang died, couldn't meet you. Ready you want center of your own. It is your something or other. Last try. So I got some updates on S.T.A.L.K.E.R. My information was S.T.A.L.K.E.R in the stash. Find the way out of the underground. Okay. Find the way out, in other words, I have to stay down here and navigate it, is kind of what I'm reading into. Game doesn't like tell you super directly on what you have to do, which is, you know, cool. I have to use your brain. Shit. Door that doesn't open. So does that? That was the rifle then. Oh. Good. It's almost. Yeah, okay, so it is because the original AKM 74 that I had, it had a muzzle on it. It had a what are those? And sound suppressor, silencer. It had a suppressor on it. This one does not. So yeah, that's the right one. I'm gonna use it. Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I feel better than I did last night. That's for sure. About the game. Now, this place is a maze. I can fart on my butt. What? Cool. Little electric key. Here it's plus 73. Electro sometimes bursts this artifact. Stocks rarely use it because of its good qualities. Not a bad price, a good external look makes the artifact appealing to collectors. Yeah, I would buy that. Okay, yeah, that's a cool feature. Boy, that's sorry. I'm going to have to. I have blinds and I took them down. I'm gonna have to put them back up. This is kind of absurd. Not now though. That after stream. Make a little note of it since it'll be dark after stream. I might forget. Coattails. Jacket have coattails? No. Oh, I never had a map of this dude. Map of the zone. This way. East away. This another poo-poo? Is that the same poo-poo? This looks dangerous. Through it. Well, you're a real streamer. There's certain things about the stream world you don't understand. Tons of these. Aren't these worth like a bunch of money though? A bunch of rue? And game's just giving me the money here. Giving me rue. Bang. I knew it was somewhere there. Game's sick. So good. I want to try post new laptop. I want to try Arma. Well, it's the realistic, according to the website, most realistic shooter on the market. So, yeah, that's definitely on my radar. I don't know what else. I really don't. Stray. Stray's a game I definitely want to play. Baldur's Gate 3, see. I watched a lot of it on stream. Moni is playing it too, so I'm seeing more of it. Not sure it'll be the game for me. Yeah. Always easiest the first time. But sorry about the sun, I really am. Hear me though, so. I'm interested about the combat in Baldur's Gate 3. The thing with Baldur's Gate 3 is that it's such a time dedication thing, and there's so many games I haven't played, so I'm really not sure if it makes sense for me to play Baldur's Gate 3, since there's so many other streamers that are playing it, have played it, and will play it, and the expansions are going to come out, but I'm going to be way behind the curve. So, might not make sense. I do think too that there are a lot of games that came out that maybe weren't given what they deserved, in that they might have came out pre-streamer days. Maybe women weren't streaming as much at the time, so you know, they weren't played properly. Things like that. So I'm probably gonna kind of keep my eyes open for games that I think fall into that category. That falls. Because this came out in 2007, right? So I'm not sure if Twitch was founded by then. You know. Yeah, that's sort of where I'm at. Is I'm not looking to play like retro games. Just games that probably inspired massive changes in how games were made. I remember playing the first Splinter Cell. Mind blowing. Got it. That's stressful. I haven't played games for years. The last time I had a I'm confused. Last time I had a system, Xbox 360. Last time I had a PC that could play modern games was, man, that was a long time ago. The last modern game I played on a modern system, modern PC was, what's it called? I can't remember. It's equal to Bioshock. What's that called? Have you had any crashes yet? Hey, Sanya Baboon. Once at the start, it crashed. It crashed once in the first hour or so, maybe twice. Since then, it's been really stable. I was worried that it was gonna crash consistently based on that happening, but it's been pretty good. Oh, okay, good. So that's important that it crashed. So I'm officially in a proper stalker experience. It's good to know. It's a great game. Maybe it's they make it crash so it, like, you get a little stressed out, so it's you know, more realistic combat or something. What I do know is that this area was cleared and now there's enemies here again. So that's a thing. God. Yeah, the engine's just jank. I could see that. There are, like, there's some parts of the game I've noticed that I'm not sure if it's like a bug or they did it on purpose as a feature, you know, but I'm trying to use my imagination to to believe they're features. Oh, like, you know, 5 guys circle jerking in a corner. Those guys are totally jerking off on each other. See, they're not even coming. They're not coming after me because they're busy jerking off on each other down in their tentacle sex cult in the sewer. Wait, that's gonna be tough. Like, yeah. Okay, down we go. This area was literally like there was no one here like 10 minutes ago. Then I got all those electro, what's it called? These flash artifacts. And now all of a sudden, are they being left out for me? By the sex cult? Is that what's happening here? I could just throw bolts at I should. Okay, let's do it. Please, for the love of God. Well, they seemed... They did run away. Oh no. I am going to get absolutely hammered. I'll go this way. This way I already went. What are the bolts? That's what I'm wondering. Like, it's such a weird... Like, did they realize, man, we actually need something so people can get... know where these anomalies are, and they're like, fuck, just call them bolts. Whatever, man. Please, please. Like, literally, there's 6 guys? God, there was 6 of them. The lone warrior. Down the stairs. What's the dog doing? Did you... Yeah, barks, right? You heard that too? He's just kind of hanging out back there. I keep on hearing, like, these smaller dogs, but, like, they sound tough. Like, they're not kind of, like, yippy. They're like, "Rrr, rrr," you know, and I respect it. You know, there's these little smaller dogs getting rough and tumble out there. Hey, they're scrappers too, right? Like, they're little wolfies too. I'm good. I'm happy the mic. This camera has a shockingly good mic on it. It might be the headphones too. I really don't know what's picking up the audio. But whatever it is, for all things considered, it's not too bad. Those little guys run them streets. Word, right? Legit. Straight up. Like, you know, like, you get these big dogs and they, like... for folks at home, we're just talking about actual dogs. You know, they're big and kind of like, you know, they get confused pretty easily and they don't really know what's going on a lot of the time. Then these little dogs, like, they'll get in your face real quick. I was dating this girl and she had a Cheapin. It's like a Chihuahua Pinscher mix. Dog's like a pound and a half or whatever. And we had a discussion that, you know, didn't go so well. And I left the house for a little bit, and then when I came back, this dog was like straight up chest out, gonna fight me 100%. And I was like, bro, like, all the respect in the world, I don't want to mess with you. And then he's like, he's like, okay, you can pass. You can go talk to her. And it's just like, yeah, buddy, like straight up. I gained a lot of respect for him that day. Actually, he's tough. That's why I keep on running with stamina, because or stamina, overweight. I'm laughing because I'm on like a starving moon diet. I got a little fat over the last couple weeks. I probably put on like, I don't know, 3 or 4 pounds, and I'm like sitting here and I could see like my disgusting belly, and it's like, you know, a little less weight, a little more stamina. Most of those little dogs are insecure, that manifests as aggressiveness. Yeah, well, that's for me, that's kind of cutting edge with smaller dogs, right? Is you have smaller dogs that kind of have that like that edge of like fear and anger in their barks, you know, and they're just so like tense when they come near you, and you're like, you know, I don't like being around them. You know, they're like shaking and kind of looking around all the time, and I'm like, I don't, you know, dog, I don't really like you. But then there's some smaller dogs that, for whatever reason, temperaments, who raise them, they seem to be a little more confident, and you know, they're still like, still pretty terrified. But it's a terrified that I can like, you know, I can kind of get along with. And that dog that stepped to me, that was the first time I'd ever kind of had a dog. I had never been around. I'd been around cats my whole life, so that was my first experience with a dog. And man, I didn't really understand what like loyalty meant when it came to dogs. Like it's crazy how they are. Like they just. I can't even really explain it, but it's like once you're in the pack with a dog, like once they accept you, their entire demeanor changes. It was, and I always kind of, sorry, I had, you know, traditionally thought that cats were smarter than dogs. I'm more of a cat person. I have more of a cat personality. But then having that dog, I got to really learn about dog intelligence and what that meant, like pack intelligence, and it's really interesting, very interesting. Guys just walking away from here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, it softened up. Come on. I have a fat black cat named Hank. That's sick. I am totally down with calling cats real names. You know, like human names. I knew a cat named Billy. There's another cat kind of similar. I had a cat named Bobby at one time. I'm so down with that. My last cat, I called her Mew. And while Mew is like a cat name, it's still that just kind of like, you know, Hank, Mew, Joe, you know, Brucey, you know? Like Canadian hockey player names. Hey Brucey, hey Matty. That's the Canadian way. If you live in Canada and you're kind of from like hockey culture, and you get called like your name's Bruce, you get called Bruce, you know, Matty. It's a sign of love. Hey Brucey. You know, Mikey. Hey Mikey. Italian too. That's probably an Italian thing. These guys. Okay. I'm trying to learn how to go for headshots more. Hey, yo, Mick, rock. Dude, that's exactly it. Hey, yo, Mick. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly it. Dude, so sick. Yeah, my real name's Tyler, so like that kind of like a patronymic, you know, that maternal patronymic is Ty, you know, or Ty 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 Ty. Okay, I am stoked, but now I'm terrified. How many more? Okay. Mick. I watched Rocky a long time. I really liked One Bullet to Rule 'Em All. Yeah, that's exactly what I'd like, right? One shot, one kill. But it's you know, I'm still just a grunt here. I watched American Sniper last night. It's pretty good. Really good movie. It's it made me laugh. Like it's just so like American military, you know, like just that hard Texas military story. Funny. Uber miles. Yes, that's exactly. It's uber macho, and like, you know, don't get me wrong, I loved it to death, but some of the scenes with him and his wife or his wife to be is just like okay, like the part I really like though when they're in the bar and they're drinking, she keeps on drinking a shot, and then she runs outside to puke, and she's like, she says something like, I'm taking you home, don't even think about it. Like that's romance to me, man. That part I love that part. I was in Colombia and I met he's American. I think he was infantry. I'm not sure. He never said. He just said he was military. So I really shouldn't say that. He just said he was American military, and it was just like it was such a classic like Canadian American like connection, you know. And it was I don't know. It was a beautiful thing. He was just like a super nice, like uber macho American guy, you know. And I'm just like, you know, this like he's like big and just that like heavy set kind of American macho thing, and I'm just like this skinny Canadian kid. So yeah, it was cool, man. It was cool. Was he great? Okay, he I can't really. He told me some stories. I can't really tell him, of course, but he I'm sure he ate a crayon or two in his day. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, you get the crayon hunger, man. He's a good guy. Had a good time down there. It's fun. Colombia's a great country. Great country. I did get a bad stomach down there, though, man. Ugh. This is amazing. Been through here yet. This is a new area for me. I gotta get out of the underground to wherever the next area is. Got another email about student loans. That's cool. I met some U.S. Marines, and everyone guys in Estonia struck me as friendly and helpful guys. I know, man. That's the thing. I think Americans get a bad rap. Now, I'm not saying there's not a lot of idiot Americans out there, but there's a lot of idiot Canadians out there too. You know, a lot. You know, and I think sometimes it can be tough for good American people that they kind of get shit on because of that arrogance that a lot of Americans have. But I mean, it's no different in Canada. You know, they're not maybe as loud, but they actually are. They're just loud in a different way. You know what I mean? So it's all the same in the end. Where I grew up in Northwest Ontario near Thunder Bay, we had a camp, and there were there's three Americans in our area, like in our camp area, cabin area, and one of them was a retired teacher, and the other two I'm not sure what they did, but I spent quite a bit of time with retired teacher, and like he was just a nice guy, you know, like. And I know it's like, you know, not everyone's the same, but you know there are certain classes of people, you know. He's good. He's a good guy. Loved to fish. Never showered. Why am I tired? Why is he? Oh, because I'm almost dead. That's why. He's a bandage. Yeah, I know. I like totally forgot about that. Am I out of him? Hemorrhaging, yeah. That's a cool feature too. Okay, this is not where I gotta go. I'm loving this game. Like, honestly, it's super good. I had few emotional breakdowns early on. But now that I'm kind of figuring it out a little more, it's really good. Oh no. Yeah, I don't really mind backseating. Like, I don't. Even that term is kind of silly. Uh, I had to say it once. You know, it's on camera now. Dog whistle time. Fuck. That's funny, man. Alright, I'm a little lost here. So not this area. This area. In through here. Green lavas. All the way up the stairs with tanks was the right way. Back where I was, like down here to the left, was it? Or through here? Oh my god. I'm super not good with, like directions. I'm okay, in the woods, but, I don't know, my brain, it has problems with interiors. Up here? All the way up the stairs with the tank was the right way. I didn't see a tank. Shit. That can't be it. Here. That one, this one here? Okay, cool. Try it. Or maybe that hall. Oh, I just totally missed it. That's cool. This is like a neat, just having these bunks here. I don't know, I like that. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, what? Oh, what? Oh no. Okay. GTFO, baby. Bro. Oh, it's like messing with my mind. That's crazy. This game is crazy. I was complaining about the monsters last night, of course, complaining about everything, but that was pretty cool. Kind of a new layer to the game. I'm it's still probably intro type of situation here. Oh man. Uh. All right. There's more going on in the zone than there appears to be. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, well, fair is fair. I totally pressed bandage instead of medkit. That's why that happened. Damn. They're spawn camping. Yeah, I know. It's like, ugh. It is a part of the game I'm not particularly passionate about. Is the spawning, but what are you gonna do? I know. I'll throw a temper tantrum. So how do I like? Can I get rid of this effect? Or I just run in terror till I get shot down? Okay. Right? No. Maybe a low. Okay, I survived. Got that PDA or flash drive. Running in terror, running in terror, running in terror. See, if I found this place in real life, I'd be all over it. That looks cool. You build a little raft, push out, you see what's going on here. There could be goodies over there. I built a raft out of pieces of wood I found on a beach 2 years ago. I got out like 20 meters, maybe 3/4 of a meter of, what is that, 75 centimeters of water. It's fun. Few years, Soviet soldier in World II before big offensive. They had like 200 milliliters of vodka beforehand to make them braver. Steady nurse. Dude, yeah, 100%. Rations. Hey, just they call it liquid courage, you know, just the right amount. Come back for the limited bans by the Agroprom Research Institute. Come back for the reward. Okay. Found out from Hoi that the secret stash in the cellar, he was talking too much, so we shut him up for good. I went through a period. I lived in Kamloops in British Columbia, and you know World War II history. Yeah, I used to read a lot of it. I'm not good at sort of memorizing technicals, but I did. I read a lot of Soviet history when I was younger, um, and I was into World War II for a period. I've always sort of been interested in that stuff. Just based on that, you probably know more than I do, though. I gotta go back to the normal area, or sorry, I should say the starting area. Oh, good. I read books that were really big for me were Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago, the first one, uh, and One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich was big. That's more Soviet. I was fascinated by the Soviet Union and Russia, just sort of with the Bolsheviks, kind of what happened there was what I was interested in. Um, Stalin's my guy. What do you want me to say? I haven't really talked about or thought about protect the stoppers camp for the garbage from bandits assault. Okay, it's directly ahead. Yeah, I haven't really talked about it in a long time. It's cool to kind of think about it again. Interesting periods, like that's an understatement. The thing I find interesting is that people have this idea that the events of the Second World War, including the after effects, so many people have this idea that at some point that stopped. you know, that like everyone just kind of, I don't know, like bought an iPhone and forgot about these world changing and continuous undercurrents of power brokers and shadowy figures, operating under the radar, while the news produces a certain narrative that, if read properly, expresses what's really going on. Like it, and people kind of talk about like, oh, the government or like conspiracies, and it's like, but they always seem to be so removed from the scope and the arc of history, which is sort of the average perspective on how the world works. But you have assassinations in throughout history leading up to the First World War. Hey, I am Morgul. What's going on, man? Good to see you again. Welcome back. So you have these assassinations. How you doing, man? These things going on, and people want to think that the things that happen now aren't related. Well, if there was an assassination in like 1914 or whenever Duke Ferdinand was assassinated, like people still remember that. There are families and organizations, companies, whatever that still remember that. And they're like, I don't know, man. Like the guys that did that, like they had ancestors and they had kids and they still seem connected to that kind of attitude. Like that happens. Doing better, caught some bug, being sick last 3 days. Sorry, man, that sucks. You're feeling better though. Okay, good. Being sick sucks. It's just like it would be absurd to think that you have, say you're a family that whatever, you have this history, for good or for ill, but it's a real history that had an effect on history. all families have an effect on history. I think you know what I mean, though. And then you have a kid, a family has a kid, and to think that others that know that history aren't going to look at that kid and be like, kind of interpret their actions based on the past and and geopolitics that happened and local politics and actions and events. That's absurd. That's nonsense. And it's boring. That's the thing. It's boring to think that the narrative of history just cuts off when you're born. Yeah, no fun. Soviets have painted a pretty picture of themselves in history books. In reality, they were far from it. They did a lot of bad shit to Estonia, especially in the 1940s. Really, I didn't really know that. Yeah, those are like that's the thing. That's a hard thing. So if you're from Estonia, like that history is told. And you learn about that history. My I'm part Irish, and my grandfather, my papa, he told me stories about one story in particular where our ancestors were smaller in stature than they should have been because they didn't have a lot of food, right? They were eating potatoes, they didn't have the right nutrients. That's real. They're excellent propaganda. God to give them that. Yeah, I there is a talent and a skill to propaganda that being someone with sort of a background in sort of psychosocial events and experiences, I can kind of step away from the events and kind of look at just the mechanics of it, and that's a really cool thing to be able to do because then you get to once again not be miserable all the time and ignore how things really work. Lots of bad stuff happens during war. Hard to really know what the truth is if everything gets so distorted. They were an ally of the U.S. Not that they treat them like crap. Well, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. And it's one thing I was told is no one ever knows what's going on. In my own experiences in the fields I've been in and the contracts I've had, no one ever knows what's going on. You just do what you do, and you get told to do stuff, and then it either starts to work or it doesn't. And if it starts to work, then you keep on doing the thing. Like, the fog of war, this distortion. I was watching American Sniper, the fog of war. We don't know why he did it or how he did it. The fog of war. It really is that. And there's a within sort of those social tensions that are continuous worldwide, there is a fog there. And part of what I see with a lot of people is that they want to know everything. They want to know what's going on. Well, you don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I know a certain amount. That's it. And if you focus on that, just be like, Sadia Baboon, man. Like, yeah, they're excellent propaganda. Wicked. Like, just enjoy the adventure. Yeah, allies are the idea of an ally is an interesting concept. It's an ally is someone that I want to put this correctly, is an ally is someone that there's a mutual beneficial reason that you're allying with them, and you're not friends. You probably kind of hate them. A lot of the time, because if you didn't hate them, you'd be friends. So there's a specific reason or reasons that you're allied, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I think in major media, ally probably gets thrown around as meaning like friends and whatever, or they are friends but they get called allies. But in the real world, like, allies just means that you have something in common that you want to work towards, and then when that's over, that alliance kind of fades away. And what I found is inevitably at the exact moment where the alliance is no longer needed or wanted, something happens to break it. Yeah, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's exactly it. And to think otherwise is that's kind of a bit of a child's world. Like I've had alliances, in business, and if you go along fine, and for whatever reason I'd be like, man, like, I really don't like this person. but I'll work with them because it's professional. But you're like, oh, like how is this gonna play out? And then inevitably, like I said, right at the moment where it needed to happen, they do something. You're like, oh, okay, I have every reason I need now to back off. Yeah, and it's a nice part of alliances because they're probably thinking the exact same thing. They're like, this guy's a dick, and I don't like him, and I, you know, I'll use him as long as I need to, and then I'm out. I've had alliances that have lasted like 30 seconds. Okay, well, we'll do this, and then the whole thing collapses. You're just like, whatever, man. I got women to hang out with, got video games to play. These were the God, opening enemies, and they're a little weaker, but they're still. And up there, it's like a million. Oh my god. Just wussing out, and then. Yeah, I'm gonna take a 30-second break. I'll BRB LOL. Alright, we're back. We're back. Back to it. Well, I gotta get through this blockade here. Get back. Met an old guy today who is a walking history book of his home region, especially when it comes to World War II. He has seen those times himself and gathered the memories of other people. It was extremely interesting interaction. That is awesome. That is really cool. So he's old enough to have experienced it. That's good to see that those guys and gals are still around. That's so important. And being a story collector and a storyteller, that's also really cool. That's so important. I was I was a writer for a long time, a professional writer, and I still write. It's not my only vocation, but good storytellers, good writers. That really is what it is. You're sort of collecting other people's stories and perceiving their stories off of your own. So yeah, that's really cool. That's the thing is too with that is like he's a walking history book of his home region, right? So that when you have people that stay true to their roots and their origins, and can speak of a history from their own culture and place and time, uh, that's really valuable, and it's really good to see that tradition is still alive. I'd like to think that I do that too. Um, You know, I just it's gives you a warm fuzzy feeling. You know, talking about your history. I gotta get through this. I don't know though if oh, that's why I gotta do this too. I was gonna say I have to get through this to go back to. It might be a nice idea to digitalize the stories. Yeah, 100% it is. Uh, man, just put a camera in front of them and let them go. I I wrote a book. Um, I finished it I don't know, like a month ago, and I did voice recordings and then would write it out verbatim. And I've been rereading it, and it's a cool book because it sounds like I don't know the ideas come across in a way that's different than if it was written right away. You know, I'm not sure if I'm gonna do that again, but yeah. I found out Google has or YouTube has 1 exobit, a million terabytes, so they got enough room for hours and hours of you know, respected elders telling their stories. You know, honestly, I'd rather watch that than a lot of stuff. It's I do find challenging to find media that resonates with me, that connects, um, you know, that tells real stories. Would be cool to do that. I've seen similar videos on PBS of the former soldiers telling their stories. Unless it gets documented, it dies with them. Yeah, yeah. I think you guys you got some good points. Really do. PBS too. If it worked at one point with soldiers telling their stories and people listening, it'll work again. People haven't changed. This. We're gonna try to. Our best get some headshots here. Oh. Yeah. Oh, that was satisfying. Oh my god, this is like the best moment in the game so far. Can't believe I just. Okay, shut up. Okay. Oh no. I'm gonna die here. I can feel it. I don't want those headshots to be in vain. love this gun. This is the first gun in the game I've been like, yeah, yeah. It's there's that cat. You seen the skit of Goofy and Mickey debating the morality of being a soldier in Vietnam? No, I haven't. That's interesting, though. Yeah, it's like it's such a retrospective normality to uh to think of that after, you know. See, that's pretty much usually how it goes. I can send you a link if you like. Yeah, sure. I definitely take a look at that. Feel free to put it in chat, um, or send it to me through social media. They're all on my Twitch about uh, page. Either or. That's your percolate. Hey, thanks, man. I'm going to. I'll grab it right now. I'll take a look at it later. Mickey and Goofy. WW2 morality. Thanks, man. Okay, I'm gonna take out these punks.
Прикрывай, я пошел!
I lost my dad when I was a little younger, and my nan and papa who raised me. My mom's still alive though, and yeah, so I know what that's like, and it's I wish I would have. I'd never thought of it, but it would have been nice to write some of their stories down. They didn't talk much, but yeah, we're in the video age, but that's like it's like the point, you know. It's so easy to record stories, and like so much of the tech is being used for like you know bullshit. Like why isn't it being used to record these incredible stories of you know people that have come and gone through just I don't want to I'm not horrific sometimes, but just like stories of accomplishment and community and pride and skill sets. I know how to sew. Like sewing's wicked. I'd love to see some soldier type talking about his sewing. One of the movements of history is that when you have new technologies that come out, uh, it takes a few decades before people understand that how to kind of how to meld them, like with what was loved and enjoyed and how technology was before and with new technology. It takes a while. Grandfather was in the First World War. Yeah, that was a whole other ball of beans, man. Tough as he come, baby. Right. I was I was brought up with the ideal that toughness is what counts, and that sort of being smart, being caring, being loving, all these great concepts that they it really comes back to how tough you are. You know how mentally tough you are, how much you can handle mentally and physically, but it is your mind that has to be strong to be tough. Physically tough is it's an outcome of mental toughness. I saw my grandfather bury a picaroon. It's sort of like an axe, but it has a hook on the end instead, in his leg. And his leg broke, and he didn't even flinch, man. He grew up with that stuff. You become a certain type of person. Yeah. Heck has a darker side. Yeah, it is. I do think when it comes to sort of that question of people drifting away from technology is that you have these great separators um, generationally, and technology is one of them where there's some like myself that are using it to live a good life, a life that they enjoy and love and meeting incredible people, and then there's others that kind of take that like addiction path into it, and that's it's a choice that people make. A lot of what I do has a lot more to do with what I don't do. I would die trying to dig a stump in my yard and watch my grandma do it. Yeah, man, stump digging. Oh my god. I I have dug some stumps, man, and stump digging is that's a real journey, And you bring back some memories for me of when I was younger and yeah, digging up stumps, digging under the roots that are like this thick, and bang, a shovel into the root. Oh my god, hooking up the winch to it. Yeah, that's the real shit. My papa was younger than that when he was probably 60 when I was with him doing it. 80 is wow. People talk about lifelong health. Digging stumps at 80s, 80. Okay, here we go. Let's get him. Yeah. No stump. Got 8 bullets and a hanger full of. There was a specific name for these mercs or thugs or whatever, but I can't remember. Oh, this is like, I'd live here. This is nice, man. Oh, everything you need. Little cabinet. You got a nice ramp leading down into your basement apartment. Bandits. Let's call them mercenary thugs. Yeah, bandits. They're bandits. Thank you. One less bandit. 2 bullets left. Oh my goodness. Go deeper into this here. Here. So, only good bandit is a dead bandit. Yeah, virtual reality and AI. Yeah, it is about hooking people. People's ability to be hooked is there already. That being said, there are some pretty tricky techniques and strategies used that even people that don't necessarily have that kind of addictive complex, it can still catch them for sure. For some reason I feel like I'm the youngest one in the stream. Hey, that's cool, man. Yeah, I did some work with AI. I helped in sort of injecting some of the creative process into AI. Yeah, heck, I'm 61. Nice. We got like the generational thing going on here. That's sick. That's fucking sick. That's like the whole point, man. That's some community shit right there. Fucking right. I first. Oh. I first found out about Twitch 3 years ago. I heard about it when I was before that, but the first time I saw it as like something to approach, something to engage with, was probably 3 years ago, and I really started looking into it a year and a bit ago, around that, and yeah, I love it. Like it's such an amazing thing. All right, get to these here rascals, these bandits. I really would like to save my my mercenary friends here. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, oh, oh. I'm out of all healing. All healing implements. That is not super good. It's the only thing that's kept me alive. He's getting more food than I am. He's got sausage, he's got bread. I'm wondering, oh man, I can't really do that. I was thinking of once again going back to the earlier area where I can buy. I don't really have to do this though. This is like an optional job. I'm out of here, man. I'm gonna get shot up. Sorry, guys. Yeah. Enjoy. You know, young soldiers, they must prove themselves in fiery combat. I'm gonna scoot off. Go drink some vodka. Some bread and vodka and sausage. That's the best. Jim, there's a vehicle scrapyard near the depot. Go there. I think I might have already done it. Is it this one here? This one here? Where is it? Back near the entrance. The tower, 2 boxes on the top. Shoot him from below. So over, like here? I'm gonna go to here. I'm gonna check the area I put the mouse on, but if I'm wrong, just tell me. But I don't think it is there. I have so many things to sell too. Or is it that? No, is that the tower? Is this? That looks like a tower with shooties on it. Oh shit! This is the scrapyard, right? Can I climb up there? No. This one, yeah. Okay. Oh my god. Thanks, boys. Thanks, boys. What? Oh my god. Perfect. There's some, yeah, no kidding, man. Yeah, this is awesome. This is like what I needed. There's no way to get up there though. Is there? Doesn't look like it. Ooh. Was he dead first? That's my question. There are more goodies there. Oh, sorry, yeah. I like missed. I came through here already and I missed all this stuff. Shoot the boxes from below. Can't climb it. Okay. Ghost. Oh, yes, yes. Cigarettes. Ammo. That's cool. It's like a pinata full of 9mm ammo. That's Candy or ammo? Ugh. A shower of ammo. Oh my. Too heavy loaded to continue. Okay, well. 1,000 rounds? Proof that God is American. Yeah. America. I like it. I know what to do. Oh. I can come back. Hopefully this stuff stays. What do I like? Kinda I don't know. This is like the worst. I would ditch the shotgun and shells. I'm gonna keep it because this would mean I only have the handgun. The shotgun's keeping me alive. I do want to get rid of it. It's not quite time yet. Oh, but now yeah. Try this. Oh. This thing makes me think of Dave, but. Oh no. Everything's falling apart. Like any good birthday party, it was the best of times and then it fell into a disaster. Well, I'm gonna keep the shotgun. That up. For the ammo boxes, it's safer. Oh, yeah, because you can literally. Yeah. Yes. This is like. I was playing Baldur's Gate 2 a few weeks ago, so it's like that. Where you can put things in boxes and it won't despawn. That is sick. Okay, got some other problems here, but. Oh no. I stored stuff all over the maps in the various green and blue chests. Okay, cool. That is good to know. That's super good to know. So I can get rid of these guns, just go with whatever I want, and then store stuff. Okay, that is like super useful. Thank you. Man, that explains huh. Oh, they just like fuck off for 5 seconds. Not gonna happen. Blue and green chest. Blue chest. So this one is here. Arc left straight. Okay. Do you see how blue and blue and they will blue and blue. It's blue and blue. It's blue and blue. Guys, come on. Sorry, bro. Do I have ammo for this gun? No. For this gun. 17 rounds. Okay, it's better than nothing. I'm stressed out. I'm afraid that those jerks that shouldn't be shooting me are going to start shooting me. 0-0. Okay. This. Ah. So that is like, this game just became like a lot. I was stressing out because I was getting to the point where I was carrying too much stuff all the time and nowhere to store it. That's no fun. Yeah, someone is going to town with that blower. I know. Super irritating. Yeah, I'm just gonna close the window. What an asshole. Yeah, it's getting colder out now, so I probably don't need it open. It's not the best sealed window, which so I'll still get some air. I actually kind of considered it a advantage that it's not super well sealed. Shoot those briefcase looking things on your left. Okay. I'm so weird. I know this is strange. I'm gonna put all my stuff in here and then I'm gonna pick and choose. Sweet. Okay. I do need a gun to shoot though. High-powered round with a hollow point bullet and an armor-piercing core. So these are armor-piercing. That is sick, then. These are the shitty ones. These things? More? I might be bad at video games. The fact that I haven't figured any of this stuff out. $5.40. Oh yeah. Okay. 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 All right. This sort of changes the game. Rule number 23: break all the blocks you come across. Okay. Yeah. No kidding, man. Holy. Keep the shotgun there. So I'm going to put some ammo in here. It's literally like a whole other game now. I'm gonna take this armor piercing with me. Take. Motherfuckers. Reckon my good time. Uh-oh. This isn't good. That's 9, isn't it? 9 by 18. Oh, that's 9 by 19. Shit. I've got myself into a bit of a doozy here. Oh my god.
S.T.A.L.K.E.R.
What? 9 by 19, 9 by 18, that's what it is. Ah! Okay, good. So not all of them, but okay, cool. Thank you. Run. Some direction. This game is hilarious because it really becomes like you're like, yeah, all this good stuff happens, and then 10 guys show up to murder you out of nowhere, and you're hiding behind, wishing you would have brought an assault rifle with you. Now I'm pinned down. Good. Back to it. Oh. Certain spots have constant respawn, like this spot. It would seem. Yeah, I've noticed that. This can go from 0 to 100 real quick. Yeah, man. That's this game. That is this game. That's exactly what it is. I mean, it's why I like it, but it's also like terrible. It feels like this scrapyard. They don't spawn in though, and they come from like over the hill, and then so they spawn, and then they've been walking over here while I was busy enjoying myself like a fool. Um, did I at least? They have a base there. Okay. I don't really know uh, what to do then. I'll have to take them out to kind of clear it, and then quickly reset my inventory, and then get to going. There's like 3 guys with blowers. They're having a blower convention out there, just blowing each other. This is gonna be tough. Oh my god, I forgot to turn the light on. Sorry, 1 sec. Oh. Just ignore some of the constant requests for help. Just do the main stuff and move on. You still made time. Yeah, that's what it kind of feels like. Is do the main quest. It's been the most interesting. Do them like it's like the side stuff. Just repetitive. That's freaking. Well, I mean, they wouldn't have radiation detectors on the black market, not at first, at least. Man, that's fucking. Entire populations are radiated. Jesus. I have got myself into a doozy of a pickle here. Well, I can come back later. Oh no, so I just abandoned all my shit there. Oh no. Well, c'est la vie. Well, I'll give it a couple tries to try to clear it, and I can get my stuff in GTFO. That's gonna be tough though, man. Mainly pseudo dogs and such. These guys are literally hanging around my shit. That's what they're here for. Pretty realistic. That's a toughie, man. If I can quickly... I think by being a wuss and going to the back of the hangar, though, now there is no... Like, the soldiers have come into the, or the back of the scrapyard. Now they're in the scrapyard. So I've got to deal with them to get to my stuff. They're totally here to steal my stuff, though. 100%. That no one cared. Cars and car parts were in a huge deficit. The fact you needed a permit to buy a car didn't help. Doing less permit was 10 years for a Civic. Yeah, that's brutal. I mean, what are you gonna do, right? Some that better of two evils. 10 years for a permit plus 10 years salary for a car. Yeah, I. So you knock a few years off your life. Whatever. It's better than the 10 years you wait. I mean, hearing that it does sort of help flesh out some of the jokes they make about Soviet era attitude, right? God. I have no other strategy than doing this. You have to get to Agriporn first before you get through to the cordon. Yeah, I'm trying to get there. Okay. Try this a couple more times here. That did work. Save here again. Go back in. Big deal. It was Soviet Union was an interesting experiment. Yeah, I heard the wild territory is where you start to really get gear. Yeah, it was an interesting experiment. I really do see it like that too. That it was, genuinely one massive social experiment that people learned a lot from. I mean, what else are you have a massive war, society resets. Was even trying to reset before that. What else are civilizations other than experiments to see what works? Talking about that arc of history, um, you know, to only look at the end part, it's the stuff before that's very interesting. I always think about how when you see like leaders, you only really get to know them when they're like 60, when it's but like what were they doing when they were 20, 30, 40, 50? That's wild. How do they become world leaders? This game is so good. Don't forget to check out the Lost Elf when you finish this. Yeah, that's what I heard. That it puts vehicles back in, and it was more of the vision of the developers originally. Whatever you don't play Clear Sky, at least vanilla. Is Clear Sky for the what's that? Yes, you can drive them and store items in them. Yeah, being able to drive a vehicle and store item would be pretty awesome, especially now that I'm kind of in it. This game's like problem solving. It really is. My friend? No. This Clear Sky sucked. If you get it for $5 less, I would play, but it still sucks. What is it though? Like, is it related to Stalker? clear it. Clear these guys. Oh, nice move. Went low. Clear Skies are prequel to this second game of franchise. Oh, okay, cool. Someone had said that Pripyat was the best one. Where was he? I don't know if he was on what side of the helicopter. Baby. Nice. Well, I don't feel like I can be shot in the leg even once. I couldn't be shot in the legs even once, but well, on her own, that is. Oh, come on. Call of Pripyat is the most polished one. Okay. Yeah, I'm not so much about the polish, you know. Uh yeah, having soul is much more important. So yeah, happy I'm playing this one then. Sweet. That was hard. Okay, now to get this stuff in GTFO, homie. That'd be easier videos. Either. Point improved arm piercing core. Oh, I'm stressing. Where are the sucky ones? Piercing. Okay, let's skedaddle. Scoot, scoot. You could also try the anomaly mod as well. It's very popular, but I didn't care for it. What is it? Does it by any chance get rid of the anomalies? I'm getting used to them now, but they are less than my favorite part of it. Or do you? I'm talking about the anomalies you run into, but does it like give you different anomalies? Or artifacts? Okay, birds seem to agree with that save, so thank you. Adds a lot of complexity to the game. Okay. Good. It sounds like so. It sounds like it just adds some depth and character to the world. Then stamina up. Should start using those energy drinks a little more. Kind of starting to make sense to use. The other one, this one. Love how Anomaly is a standalone game, so you don't want to stalk, you can still play Stalker. That is cool. Do these artifacts stack? You know? Seem to. Okay, they do. Too much for me to try and explain. You need to read about it here. Great site for mods if you ever heard of it. Hey, cool. Yeah, I'll grab that link. Thank you. Oh, Stalker mods. Anomaly. put in the RTF document there, so we'll look at that later. Right. Let's just get to going here, man. I'm sick of coming back to this area. Why is it chimney free? Because it's on the house. Well, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to get back for that. I remember. Man, I was like... I was trying to get back to the earlier area because there's a quest there, or a job there that I need to finish. That's why I was trying to do this. That's so funny. Oh, nice. So now my endurance is way higher with the artifacts. Thank God. Uh-oh. Just run past the garbage to Agroprom. No! Let me do what I want. Isn't the joy in the journey seeing how others experience life in the video games you love? Yeah, me too. Ready to get blasted by more bandits on the other side of this. Lots of artifacts to pick up. Yeah, lots of work. Go back for the reward. Oh. Game over. Yeah, I see what you mean though. The areas like the enemies get they're more and more in your face as you like go back to earlier areas. Or it would be super wicked awesome just be able to kind of like oh my god. Okay. Take a three in the face. What the hell? Oh. Okay, well, I'll just go around this way then and run. Get her done, baby. That's it. Get her done, son. Putting two of, like, I think three of these artifacts affect my endurance. I can run way further now. It's literally not even going down. That's sick. Okay, that's like a huge relief. Because that was a problem. I'd run and then I'd have to stop. And then I'd get shot. But this way I can just run back, so that's good. Got his endurance up. Jogging enough. Perfect. Oh, I'm stoked. Whew. Yeah, I'll sell all this stuff. I might try to sneak more gear. Blue stamina bar artifacts are meta. They work as intended standard Milligrams. Okay, cool. And that's, yeah, they're wicked. I'm going to... More than likely, I'm going to try to grab the rest of the stuff out of that scrapyard blue case. Wasn't paying attention there. Because I'll be light when I go back the other way. And with this stamina being really high, it changes things quite a bit. Running through anomalies like a madman. I know. I'm kind of getting used to. I'm getting used to where it gets too bright and then I like die. So like, as I say it, of course I get smoked by one. Oh my god. And another one. I feel like I'm playing a version of my life like 10 years ago. Sort of like hilarious metaphor. Barky barks, doing the barks. Bark, 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 barky bark. Okay. Made it back. My armor's getting pretty toasted too. Yeah, that probably does have a lot to do with it, the resolution. Yeah, it's like a faint outline. They're hard to, they're a little bit hard to dodge, but whatever, I mean.
So you're back.
I am back. What do I want? I want this, this, this.
Not bad. That's my boy. You've made my day.
So 2 and 1. Their chest to the right of trade for storage. Alright, yeah. Thanks, man. Doubt I'll be coming back. Maybe, who knows at this point. So you should unleash some skin attack keys on some straight up things. Geese, man. Holy. Yeah, they don't, geese don't mess around too much. We, kind of just stay away from them. You know, when I grew up, you just give those geese some the geese all came to Florida, see them everywhere. I guess that is where they would go. I mean, we always see them, you know, flying into Canada or out of Canada. Yeah, I guess they would go to Florida.
Not bad. Some pretty good stuff you've got there.
5 billion emails. By 5 billion, I mean like 4, but that's a lot for me.
Not bad. Now that's
More
the way
space.
to go.
47.2. Still like heavy though. They chased you, that's funny. I'm gonna drop one of these guns.
Good hunting,
These guns
Stalker.
are like everywhere, man. This gun, like, what does this gun do? This gun has a lot of ammunition, so I won't be getting rid of that. This gun has a lot of ammunition. Oh, now I got too much ammo. I was stressed about not having ammo. Yeah. Now I have a cornucopia of ammunition, whereas before I had none. Ain't that the way? Okay, well, we're going with this then. Go with Jerk Store! Yeah, at this point the shotgun might be a little redundant. It's so good up close, so I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna figure out a little more of the game. I knew a guy who saw the geese, or let me rephrase that. Geese were his spiritual animal, and he definitely had that like that energy in him. Like he'd scrap you out real quick, and definitely if you got a little too close to him or others, he'd just fucking lose it and scrap you. I liked them. I never met someone that sort of had geese as their animal within spirit, and get a different vibe going on. Right, this gun is this one's the most long range. I'm gonna try to use it as kind of half a sniper rifle. What I have thus far. Yeah, in case anyone's wondering, Red Fox is my animal. It showed itself to me more than once, and it was quite the experiences, that's for sure. Nice. Geese in your yard. There would be just hundreds. How many would you say? Like, would you count it in the thousands or hundreds or tens? Press 0. Yeah. It's got a little bit of Resident Evil vibe. Maybe it's just because it's early in the game on ammo conservation, where you're stressed about ammo all the time. It's fading a little bit, obviously now, but yeah, these guys are totally pulling sneakers here. That son of a bitch. I can run forever. Yes. Okay. Seen hundreds. Dozen in 1 yard. That's a lot of geese, man. I I've never like maybe I want to say 50 with bowls of water over them. That's cool. That's really cool. We had biggest flocks. Are they called flocks like the flying V's? Maybe 30 or 40. 30 maybe. No, geese are. I've heard stories that I don't know about really much about it, but that like little kids that might get a little too close, they like flap their wings and they can actually injure the kids. Um, Stories of broken arms, but I don't know if that's true. You know, might be dramatizing kid getting upset when he gets whacked. I got I got attacked by a parrot once, so parrot bit me once. That was pretty brutal. Birds are, man, they don't mess around. Birds do not mess around. I mean, they're dinosaurs, right? They're like ice cold. Good time, but they're definitely I don't want to mess with birds too much. I uh I spent some time around crows I was learned a little bit about their behavior and kind of how their culture works, and they are incredible animals, so smart. And one of the most interesting things I found about crows is that the way they present themselves day to day, like in cities or whatever, that like that toughness. If they accept you and you're kind of in, let's say, a private club with them, they're actually pretty goofy and silly, and they just kind of hang out and watch. And they want to have a good time, and they just kind of like talk shit back and forth all day. It's fascinating. Yeah, they are dope. They're sick. I without being really dramatic about it, I suspect crows are probably smarter than humans in a lot of ways. We just happen to have opposable thumbs and sort of our engagement system. The world takes us towards the ability to manipulate things in a different way, but what I've seen of crows and songbirds, they are just so smart. And they're smart enough to pretend they aren't smart, which is a big part of being smart a lot of the time. I saw it was geese, ducks, mostly geese and ducks, and they got caught in a snowstorm. They had come in to northern Canada near Thunder Bay in the spring, and there was a late season snowstorm. So they got caught out where they all hung out and partied, and like, man, this that night you could literally hear them, like the wind would come up and hear like like them honking and stressing out because they're just like, holy fuck, man, we are caught in the middle of this shit. It was wild to listen to, and you could really hear that there was real intelligence in the way they were like, oh my god, like this wind, we're getting killed out here. I like how crows walk like they always have some important shit going. They probably do. I mean, they got lives, right? They gotta go to the store. They gotta pick up food. They gotta teach their young. I was I was in Thunder Bay, and I was walking near a reservation, indigenous reservation. I walked from one side of the river to the other, and I was kind of coming into this area of Thunder Bay called Fort William uh, by this back road, and it was on the reservation, and I had almost exited the reservation back into Thunder Bay proper. And I looked down, and there's this baby crow, like this like fuzzy baby crow, like kind of looking up at me like an innocent like crow, right? And just staring at me. And then it was one of the craziest experiences of my life. And beside that baby crow on the ground, I didn't notice it first, but there was an adult crow. And the only reason I noticed the adult crow is the baby crow staring at me, and then kind of looks at the adult crow like a child would that's learning from someone else, from another elder kind of thing. And the adult crow kind of just like gave like this like little nod to the baby crow, and then but I didn't stop walking because you're be respectful, right? And it was like that was one of the days where I realized like these crows, these animals, they are as smart as us, because that it was exactly the same as you would see with humans, where a young child would be placed near like someone that a parent would want the kid to imprint, be inspired, and learn from. It would, in terms of like seminal moments in my life that changed my perspective on you know sort of limits of reality. That was a day. That fucking crow, man. Whew. Thinking I'll tell this story again because I haven't thought about that experience for a year and a half, man. Holy. I just enjoy wildlife and like it when they visit. I have some pics and videos of some of them hawks, possums, raccoons. Yeah, and that's it, right? Like, and this is kind of what I'm getting at. Is like you're saying, I just enjoy wildlife and like it when they visit. They are visiting. You know what I mean? Like those animals are visiting. You know, they didn't just like randomly bump their way. They're like, yes, this dude has food. He's a nice guy. You know, we don't mind being on video. He's solid. If he wants to take some home videos of us, sick. You know, so they are visiting. You know, the dog goes and gets your slippers because you told it to get your slippers. It comes back. You say good boy, and the dog likes hearing good boy. What is less human? You know, human, less real and honest and validating like high level intelligence than that. Switch the dog out with the human, looks exactly the same. All right, let's get to this new area here. Get those documents. It's like the first quest I got. Quests. Like, you don't call them quests. They're jobs. The game calls them jobs. Right. Steal the documents. One shot. We got no choice to but to knock these guys out. Crazy over stranger. Cool. Yeah, they knew you, right? I want to take these guys out relatively smoothly. That's a dangerous animals. Yeah, you know, humans are. I don't get too into it because you know it's. But yeah, kind of a threat to animals. You know. One of my all-time favorite videos is from Dude Perfect, and it's when Ty he uh, he loses some challenge and he gets the punishment, and he has to be in a box with a skunk, and the skunk's supposed to spray him, and he's in there for like 20 minutes around that. I can't remember exactly, and the skunk just doesn't spray him, and he tries everything he can to get the skunk to spray him. The skunk's just like, nah, I'm not spraying you. You know, the skunk just won't spray him. Man, I'm not spraying you. Skunk doesn't seem as a danger, you know. And it's so funny because the rest of the dudes are just like, of course, like, oh man. It is sick. Not to do it, but to do it. Shit. Yeah, that is how like skunks are like that. They're not gonna just spray all willy nilly. And if you know you assume the skunk's gonna spray, you're all freaked out. Yeah, the skunk's probably gonna be like, bro, like you're stressing me out here, man. Like just chill out. Loading. Guard you with indifference. What a line. That's so good. We guard you with indifference. I love it. Oh no. Yeah, it does take a lot of energy. Hoping there's only those two army fellas here, two military guys, but there's like 3 behind them. Maybe a looper duper. I don't see. It's funny that you just said that. I don't see a big reason to engage all the time in this game. Now that I'm kind of learning, like I'm not getting experience. I just use a ton of ammo. So why wouldn't I just loop around? That's a cool video. Raccoons chasing laser pointers. Oh. Yeah, like the game kind of early on I think tries to teach you to go around instead of always fighting soldiers directly here. So yeah, thanks for that comment. That sort of made me kind of realize a bit about how this game works. Again, I'm not getting ammo off them either. Like, you know, there's no armor, there's no experience here. Shot in the back, though. I'm gonna try to rewire my mind a little bit with this game and focus more on the objectives, where I'm going. Because at the start, I was having to kill guys for ammo, but now I have a lot of ammo, so I don't really need to do that anymore. Or these two. If and when I get to the next trader, then I can start collecting stuff a little more for Rue, but I don't want to overload myself again. 47. Oh, I should not have done that. It's funny, you said get rid of the shotgun earlier, and just so good up close though. A lot of armor, okay. Yeah, this armor's starting to get pretty ruined here. It's a tough game to explore in with the respawns. This part. Top. Oh. That marker is hidden in the camp, like I said. Yeah, I'll see. I'm gonna try to get these documents here and go from there. What I should do. Think of some others we haven't got yet. Yeah, I'm gonna take a couple-minute break. I gotta stretch. Having so much fun, I'm like totally forgot to like, do human things for a moment. Be right back. Alright. Back in action. What could I have possibly done that took me that short amount of time? I'll never tell. You can guess. BLS. Sick. Must be blind. I'm gonna quickly check something here. One moment. One moment, please. Okay, this is my Spotify. I want to see if I have that song in my list. What let's see. You must be blind. The Mafia. I've listened to it then. I listened to this album a few days ago. It's PLS is sick. Da, 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 da. Yeah. What is it? You must be blind. Oh, there. Okay, cool. Yeah. Wicked. Oh, got it. I do this. Oh, okay. Da, 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 da. Right. Back to merc work. Am I mercenary? Yes, I am. Just messing around. Good. Should be messing around. Point. Fucking 80% of my life is just messing around. Screwing around until something cool happens. I'm like, oh, okay. Like yesterday, I was watching a stream and then I was just farting around on Twitch. That was a few days ago. I just found all these new settings. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, and then it was like super advantageous. And then the person I was watching was like, where did you find that? I don't know, just looking around. You didn't follow the dude at the entrance? I'm not sure what you mean. There's someone who approaches you when you enter. Enter where? Here? Or the, like into the document area? I already forgot to just go around these guys. Oh, that's not good. This is, I like this, like, topography. Is this topography? Up and down? Topographical. Topography is one of those words you just feel like, topography. Oh, wow. Well, it's not impressive. Topographical. It's up and down. Topographical. We used to have, on my camp, we'd have like depth charts for Lake Superior. They're so cool, as you could see the different depths throughout the lake. That lake gets deep. We used to fish off of. No idea. Maybe I have my games mixed up. I randomly remembered a war story my dad told me. Back in '87, when he was a sniper in the Soviet army, his spotter's head got shot off. Hid in that same place for the whole night. When it was day, he saw the enemy sniper was like 100 meters away. Had dad in his sight but waved him off. Don't know if things like that happen more. Seems bizarre to me as a civvy. Damn, dude. Yeah, that does not sound unrealistic to me at all. There are a lot of stories that echo that sentiment. Um, there's the famous story of it was there was a it might have been World War I, and both sides were dug in, and then they played a soccer game on Christmas, and then went back to their trenches after. Um, Stories of the Second World War, a lot of soldiers just wouldn't fire their weapons at enemy combatants, and that was a problem. Like, so yeah, that story, I 100% believe that. 100%. Yeah. War isn't Call of Duty, you know? In any, and the sort of the career I had, you know, it's not what people think. Oh. I remember specifically, like, it's kind of in the middle of it, and I was having a lot of problems with the cold, and someone that wasn't necessarily like an enemy, but was certainly not an ally, um, in a subtle way gave me some information that kept me a lot warmer. So like that stuff happens. Like there's humanity on the battlefield. Soldiers are just people. Yeah, exactly. Not everyone is bloodthirsty. Maybe just didn't feel like killing anyone at that moment. Yeah. Without getting super dramatic, like you want your soul intact. you know, you, So if you're in a situation like that, and you feel you're betraying your humanity, you might make that decision not to shoot. I'll tell you one story. So I was working for a company, and can't really tell any specifics, but my job was at first was to just organize the street scene in a way that allowed for the company to produce success. And very early on, I was walking past an area, and there were a bunch of guys up on a building, and they were talking shit down to me, right? And if you're going to get to a point where a company can come in and start a significant business, you can't let that happen. So I told them, like, listen, go fuck yourself, motherfucker. How about you eat shit, right? And they were on top of the building. So I left, and about 20 minutes later I came back through, and so I have to go through the same area. It's too early, right? I had to prove myself. So I go to the area, now the guys are on the ground. So there's three of them, and they look at me, and I said, fuck you. You can talk shit to me now, you're on the ground, motherfucker? And one guy started coming towards me, and he had a pipe, right? And this was in an area where guys will hit you with pipes. So he was coming towards me, and I was backing up, and I'm like, I got to figure this out. But what I saw was he was raising the pipe, and then but he hesitated. He was kind of like nervous as the two other guys watched. And so quickly, I was like, this guy doesn't want to hit me with this pipe. He doesn't want to get involved. His emotions put him in a situation where he's gonna attack me. But now he's peer pressured by his two friends. So if he backs down, he looks like a coward, right? Because he was the one that came towards me. So I was like, okay, what do I do here? And I could have pressed him into hitting me with the pipe, right? I was faster, a lot faster. He was a bigger guy, right? So I could have got away. Getting away wasn't a problem. So what I did was I quickly stepped in that kind of gunslinger moment before everyone's drawn, grabbed the pipe, and then grabbed his shirt. So I'm like this with him, right? And he's like fuck you, and I was like what do you want to do? And he said something like I'm gonna hit you. I said I'm just trying to listen to you, you know, yelling though, because it's in a, like if I wasn't being aggressive, that intensity, he wouldn't have listened, right? And then so now we're like this, and we're frozen time, and then a fourth guy saw it, and he could see that I was being kind to this guy, because now if he steps away, he stepped, right? I caught him. We beefed. Now we can back up. No harm to respect, no fouls. So the fourth guy that saw this then came up and he's like, you two get away from each other. And then he yelled at me, which shows that I was subtextually, passively kind of the one that was kind of in control of the situation. But he didn't lose face. I created a situation where the other guy didn't lose face, right? It's a different kind of war. It's not, bang bang war, but it's still war. And I didn't see any reason to have to put this guy in a position where now he's gonna get guys on him for appearing weak. That's gangland territory. He had to live there. I was just there to do a job. Paranormal stories during the war. Yeah, I think most of them are probably true. They might get outsized, dramatized, but yeah, they have their basis in reality. I've heard that if a person has a gun on someone who doesn't fire in like 3 to 5 seconds, they're unlikely to do it connected to hesitation. I'd be careful with that. Don't. I have had situations where guys hit that hesitation moment, and then I would say something to try to establish whatever it was I was trying to establish, and once a guy did fucking he went back to not hesitating. I navigated my way out of it, but it has happened a few times where even if they hit that hesitation moment, they can still escalate again. So be very careful with that. The best maneuver is don't get it to end that situation, whether it be gun, fist, knife, anything. Just don't get to that hesitation point. You have to understand a lot of what I'm talking about. Like, that was my job. Someone has to do that stuff, and I was highly trained, right? Highly trained my entire life. So just don't. I mean, what I really suggest is, like, if you are sort of interested in that sort of those social dynamics and those subtleties of psychosocial behavior, is just do it through argumentation, discussions. It's all the same. Every skill set I have works in business and in worlds where guys have pipes. It's all the same. And it's a lot more fun, frankly, not in the world where guys have pipes. my Autobot just did a thing. You really know your shit. Really glad I stumbled on this channel. Hey, I appreciate it, man. I really do. It's I'm happy you stumbled on this chat or this channel. I've had a lot of fun so far. It's good. It's nice to talk about this stuff. It's real, right? It's real life. Yeah, I was trained by the military in urban conflict, right? So areas where there's not really any guns per se, but there's a lot of very extreme violence, and a lot of it has a lot to do with those social tensions that can explode. So I was, to put it in Roadhouse terms, Patrick Swayze, I was a cooler, right? I was, enforcer's like the cool word, but I was really what I was a cooler, and a lot of times, well, almost all, really what it always was keeping the peace. Opening lines of communications. A diplomat was also what I was, a cooler and a diplomat. Alright, let's see if we can knock this guy out here. Oh, I'm getting hammered by that. Run, 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 run. Way too exposed here. Oh, I missed the opening. Are you kidding me? I found this area earlier, last night, and I'm not sure if it's the greatest strategy, but we'll see. Oh. I'm gonna try to go around to the left to see if I can dodge these soldiers. Maybe I can just grab the documents, get out, get to the next section. We'll see. Yeah, I was gonna say wouldn't mind trying the shotgun, but it's the 2 shotgun blast isn't gonna work at this point. You guys are too armored. Oh, sorry guys. Thank you. It happens sometimes. Ta-da! Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I'll go over. I'm gonna try to go around left of this building. I want to get an automatic shotgun in this game. Is kind of what I'm after. Shotgun is cool, but the double barrel, shooting varmint shotgun really isn't doing it for me. Well, it's not really a varmint shotgun considering it's a sawed off, but you know what I mean. I want to go on this roof. I always get roof and ceiling mixed up. Like, I always think a ceiling is a roof and a roof is a ceiling. I don't know what it is with me. Like, I'll say roof when I mean ceiling. And it does bother me. Like, I don't understand why I'm like that. Okay, well, don't remember, is there an auto one? There's a semi-auto for sure. Oh, shotgun? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, semi would be sick. I like that they do, slugs and buckshot in this. Something seems wrong. Maybe you don't have a mission to be here. It seems you should have been. Yeah, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, thanks, man. I'll take a look at the map here. It has documents, but I don't know. Earlier there was a few missions where like the map didn't auto-update and things, so hard to say. I'm gonna keep on trying at it though. No way I'm getting through here though. Okay, so it seems that the only entrance to the main building is through the front door, which the roof seems like a good idea. The documents quest here is legit. Is on the 3rd floor. Okay. I'm gonna try to clear the entrance from that roof. The problem is, of course, the whole time guys are starting to glom on this guy in this tower here. Oh, that sidewalk like literally knocked me out of the way of the stairs. That guy's out of range. There's a spool behind the building? What do you mean, like behind the main building? Ah, okay. Oh. Stressing. 1, 2, 3, 3rd floor. This is, I don't know why I'm doing this. Just go, you fool. Shit, okay. 4th. Oh my god. Should have had on auto. Oh, it's 2 rounds. It doesn't have... Okay. Ah! Hangers. 1 sec here. That gun like doesn't do auto. One more up counting floors is different. I kind of agree with it actually because it's like general main floor, like 1, 2, 3. Then yeah, I can get down with that. You get to the hangar, Siri puts you off because you expect another wave of bandits to attack. When the attack is put down, go talk to Siri. Siri. You complete the task, and a new task shows up and repeated. Get the information about S.T.A.L.K.E.R. When you spawn in the Aggregate Farm, you're greeted by a loner who tells you about the military attack and asks for your help. You need to fight your way into the factory complex. Hangar is in the garbage. Okay. Imagine having real life though. You're like, it's on the third floor, and they're like, okay, well that's where we'll send our soldiers, and it's like, oh, sorry, my bad, we count a little different over here. That's why I'm trying to use like meters and centimeters and millimeters more. Like Canada is actually a metric country, but so much of it is still imperial. But like metric is just it is superior. Like units of 10, man, all day long. Move the decimal, motherfucker. That's all you got to do. Hell yeah. Like we use kilometers, but we use inches and feet, and it's like how many years? I don't know if it messed anything, but the area you're at now is part of another mission. Okay, well but I have I have the thing on my map, right? Like it says steal the documents. I barely pay attention to this. Steal the military's documents, take documents to the barkeep. Yeah, I got that quest super early on. I forgot. Yeah, but I forgot when I went back to the first trader, I forgot to finish by collecting my reward. I'm not going back now, though. I'm not doing it. I might eventually, but for now, there's no way in hell. Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. Just so that. Full auto. Okay, so this is the main mission. Those are timed side quests. Okay, got it. Yeah, I'm kind of just enjoying the main story. I like side quests, but I mean the main story is where you like to think they put the most passion and dedication. That's the story I want to actually. I remember playing Fallout 4, and I'd feel this need to do the side quests, and I'd be like, this is so stupid. I just go do the main quest, and I don't know, just how I am. It's like going on vacation thinking you have to see everything, right? It's like, no, just stay at the bar and drink. Meet some cool people, get laid, whatever. I don't want to spoil anything for you. All I know is every time I came here, it was from Underground, it was a clusterfuck. Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a clusterfuck. I visited Colombia, and the people I met there, they had their itineraries full with tourist stuff, and it just really was not for me. I just ended up hanging out with some women that lived there and meeting their friends. I had a great time. Not sure what floor I'm on. I don't want to be on the roof. Okay, so this one maybe. Okay. The marker's a green circle. You're on the same. Got it. Yeah, because the different levels, it was just the baby blue outline. Excuse me. In terms of travel, the last thing I want to do is spend money. you know, if you go to all-inclusive resort, man, I'm just gonna get wasted. I don't really drink, but I'm not gonna spend money. I'm gonna enjoy the things that are easily accessible, and that's just how I am. When I was in Colombia, before I met some cool people, I did spend time just kind of wandering around, like the jungle that was around the town is. I don't really suggest that, you know, for a few reasons, but um, I stayed pretty close, like where I could see, like it was open to the town. You know, I wasn't going to the deep jungle or anything like that. But yeah, it was free and fun. Okay, so that means it's not on this floor. Not this one. Lots of human interactions with the highest. Yeah, that's in my roundabout way. That's what I'm getting at is by, and you know, by doing kind of stuff that's like off the beaten path and is inexpensive or free. You tend to meet people who have a little more creativity and imagination in them, and know how to enjoy themselves without kind of having to be constantly entertained, which is a really big part of, in my mind, being a traveler instead of a tourist. Wait. Yeah.
Part 1. I told
Take
Barkeep
dogs to the
about
barkeep.
you. He should talk to duty guys to let you through. I suggest you go see him fast.
I went to where this barkeep uh, was on the other side of a blockade, and they said I was a bit of a wuss and couldn't get through yet, but now I've done something, so I should be okay. Yeah, I traveled for 13 years, and I didn't really go too far. I didn't go to Europe. Like I said, in Colombia for like a month. It was mostly, if not all, in Canada, a little in the U.S. But I traveled vertically, and what I mean by that is I was just a friendly, good person. So, you know, I was drinking with, you know, very powerful lawyers and drinking with guys on the street. I should not say drinking, hanging out. But at that time of my life, it was kind of that party mode. So I wouldn't travel outward geographically. I'd travel vertically, socially, right? Vertically, and well, no one's above one another, but you know what I mean in terms of like how much money you make and kind of your culture and things like your subculture. So I saw all kinds of people. I mean, I've been in heroin dens, you know. I've been around those kind of people. I've also been with people whose parents make millions and millions of dollars. You know, I've been in all those worlds. I For me, it's an error to think you have to travel far to experience a lot. It's sort of a physical perspective that you have to travel 1,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers. Yeah, I went to Colombia. I was only there for a month though, but it felt like a year in terms of how much I learned. Okay, maybe some grenades at the door. Alright. Try the same thing, this time with grenades. Get out of here. I'm starting to wonder if sort of the experience for leveling up model of games is just sort of past its prime. You know, there's better ways to do things. I vaguely remember games that did it differently. I couldn't tell you which, but yeah, I'm not convinced that grinding out for levels is the be all and end all. German band, UDO, singer 71 years old. Cool, I'll check that out. 71 years old. Sick. Going. 71 isn't really that old anymore. Doesn't feel like it is. I had an uncle that was 75 and he still like kayaked and did everything. He looked like he was 50, maybe even younger. I don't eat. Even trying to predict people's age at this point is nonsense. Oops. What a like just great invention, the grenade. Oh man, that's tough. Maybe I can get out a window. It's just like, you know what we should do? Just like, I don't know. Grenades, now that I'm thinking about it, they're kind of this hilarious little device. Like, just pack a bunch of explosives in this thing, you just throw it and it explodes. That sounds pretty dangerous. Yeah, I know, but like, how cool is that? Yeah, you're totally right. Let's do it. You might be surprised how many like world-changing, serious inventions and ideas come from people just sitting around joking. Oh. Yes. No. This is way more satisfying than killing like 20 guys. It's almost like sort of like a adventure puzzle tactics game. This is fascinating. A lot of different things going on. It's also a running game, as it turns out. Trying to figure out which way I was running, if I'm actually running towards. At the end of every mission, what you want is you want to panic and run in whatever direction. I.am.speed. Yeah. Exactly. Speed and timing, right? And balance. Speed, timing, balance. Those three things, man. Bunch of other ones, but it really is that. Okay. So now I go see the barman. God. Garbage. Really, eh? Straight? The armors. You guys are saying there's armor scattered everywhere, but I'm not seeing any of it. I'm getting shot at way too much to explore. It's like speed is right on this difficulty level for real. Like here. We're gonna play sort of this strategy from here on in. Speed. It's still like really fun this way. It's just a different style of playing a game that I haven't really done in a game that has such a fully fleshed combat system. As I say that, it's like three guys though. It's like one guy do to do. You guys got encouraging words for an unemployed lad? Yeah, man. What what were you doing before? Nice. Temp agency, good. I worked for those. Unemployment, yeah. It's a tough one. Like if it's economic, it's really about reputation, right? Rep. You know, being that guy that shows he's got what it takes no matter what. And um, what isn't understood a lot is that it's a very small world. So if you're looking for a job in an area and even online in an industry, word gets around. So like grinding out, going to interviews and things, like be at your best at all times. And I think the old way is like be willing to do anything. I don't really agree with that. You know, be proud of yourself and be confident. And word gets around. And a reputation can make or break a life. It really can. And especially in a time when I haven't really had a job in my life. I'm like 1 year experience, 6 months post career, 4 months assembler. Yeah. The other thing I would say too is the people tend to focus on hard skills as what gets you jobs. Most anyone can learn a hard skill. What it really comes down to is your soft skills. Are you friendly? Are you easy to work with? Do you listen? Do you go slowly until you know how to do things and then go faster? Do you make more work for others by not completing the job properly? You show up on time. You know, I when I was younger, I didn't realize like I would always show up early, always on time, hate being late. I didn't realize that alone, just showing up on time, put me ahead of like 80% of people. I had no idea. And then I finally figured out, I was like, wow, really? I was working in a solar panel factory. I hated it. Standing 11 hours a day. My feet are wrecked. And can't even afford to see a podiatrist. Not to mention other issues. Some have since subsided since I've been on a break. Yeah, those type of jobs are tough. The town I can't afford. The town I grew up in had a paper mill, and a lot of those guys they called it pounding pavement. No, pounding concrete. They walked on concrete 12 hours a day, and a lot of them had pretty bad backs because of it and their knees. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, there's a lot of standing. There's a lot of standing. The last thing I'll say too on this is that when jobs are scarce, um, champions rise. Alright, I gotta get past this blockade. Gotta loop around this way. Go. Ah, just as satisfying. Even more satisfying. Okay. Alright, alright. I should probably not finish this coffee, but probably will. Where are we? North. AKA this way. Oh, oh. Area. Oh, new area. Struggling. Struggling. Wonder it's just... Is it a new area or have I been here before? I'm just wondering why it's so much slowdown. Whatever, but... Up a syringe fast when you see red rad symbol. Yeah, can I set them as like a what's that called, a hotkey? Or do I have to go into my inventory every time? Because I have med kit and bandage on hotkey, but there was an option for the controls, and I'm not sure. Can I go like, yeah. Yeah, that's an absolute disaster. No, hotkeys are only for meds. Okay, so I can't. Alright, so I just have to sort of deal with it. Just have to deal with it. Was I here? This is where I was before. I don't think I ever got out of that area I was just in without getting shot, so I wasn't sure what the, the fence looked like going in the runway. I'm gonna quickly restart the game here. A little obnoxious. I want another job driving a forklift, but it seemed everyone now wants you to wear steel-toe boots, and I can't wear them. They tear at my feet. Something's really going horribly wrong in this country. I've done warehouse work since 1992 and never had to wear them. Yeah, that's tough. If you need steel toes and your feet can't really deal with it, that's tough. Is it the... What tears up your feet though? Like the steel toe part? Like the toe cap? I've been playing this game for 12 hours already. Goodness. Whoever came up with the idea of steel-toed shoes was a masochist. Yeah, they can be uncomfortable. If it's the... Like, some have a shank in them. Some steel toes have a shank, like a steel or hard plastic plate in the sole, in the toe cap. So you might be able to get like good foot beds. They just rub my feet raw. I tried 4 different brands, various price points, and they all do the same. Oh, there, it's working better. Yeah, footbeds, maybe? Not sure though. You can take a not great pair of shoes and make them pretty comfortable. Ooh, what's in here? Adventure? No. Food scuff up my feet too, especially at the base of the big toe where the bone is. We weren't allowed to wear metal ones, plus we would cut our toes clean off if something heavy falls on us. Yeah, that's bullshit. Whoever told you that was not, they didn't know what they're talking about. Yeah. They did testing on that crush cap theory. It's not true. Like, you have to think, like, a toe cap is an arch, right? An arch. An arch is one of, like, maybe the strongest natural structure in the world. You know, the Colosseum was built in ancient Rome. So, now, attention, this is the duty check. Foreman told that to me. Guess they want to be extra safe. Yeah, I mean, that's fair too. I mean, it's no real harm in saying that. No, I think he's a fucking idiot. Frankly, he should know better. Idiot. You're the fucking boss. Know your fucking job, you dumb shit. My opinion. Like, if your boss is, like, skating off, like, rumor and hearsay about your safety, that's a problem. I already explained my work career is all over the place. I'm fairly proficient with a lot of software and kind of worked with it along with the warehouse work, which gave me a break from standing all day. Yeah, well, that like a balanced life, right? Where you're getting exercise, you're on your feet a little bit, and then office work. What a bad way to do it. I mean, it's kind of similar to what I've done, really. Hello, friends. Okay, I was here before. So can I go through here now? I was previously first agent for a company that made thick sliced meat. Oh man, oh, that's not too bad. Oh, that's not too bad at all.
Buzz off, S.T.A.L.K.E.R. We don't let every loser go through.
That hurts my. He called me a loser.
Buzz
You're
off,
rude.
S.T.A.L.K.E.R. We don't let every loser go through.
Hi.
Buzz off, S.T.A.L.K.E.R. We don't let every loser
I need
go
to pass
through.
some business with the barkeep. Yes. Say hi to the barkeep for me when you see him. Oh, and don't forget there are lots of anomalies on the way, so be careful. Oh my god, it's like I'm in a whole other area of the game. It only took me 12 hours. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna end the stalker adventures there since I got to a new area. I'm gonna switch this over to chat. Whew. Exhausting. I also drove heavy equipment, maintaining inventory for the entire maintenance department, ordered and stocked all the parts. Nice. You gotten any injuries in your work? Yeah, I was a bike mechanic for a while, a mediocre one at best, and like mountain bikes. So the bikes are like 30 to 40 pounds, and you're always kind of at this like this 45-degree angle, working on them or lifting them up. And I strained my back pretty badly. I still haven't. Well, it's recovered now, but I did a lot of therapy on my own, a lot of yoga, a lot of stretching, a lot of strengthening, so it took me quite a while to recover from that. That's about the only one though. All right, well that was super fun, guys. Uh, yeah, that was among the best streams I've done. And by that I mean the most fun I've had. I had a bad back since 1983. Yeah, that's a tough one. But I'm gonna scoot off here. Um, I'll be back tomorrow at the same time for the same length. So if I don't see you tomorrow, thank you so much. It was a great time. It was nice to meet both of you. See you later.